kumbe meeting imeanza. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, George.
Joseph, I've been looking for you. Are you okay?
I'm okay.
It's good to confirm that I'm audible and you're audible as well.
Yeah, I can hear you. And Byron, I think, is already there.
All
So
right.
you can proceed. You have the power to share.
I can see we have about 107 already.
Yeah, we have 107.
These young ladies and gentlemen are full of energy. They like exploring a lot. I'm lucky today you are around to take care of that. So let me try to share and see whether I can do that.
Okay, okay.
Can you see my slide?
No, I'm not seeing. It's coming up. I think it's up now.
There's one I want to share, not this one.
Okay. Yes.
Can you see it now?
Yes.
Good.
Yes, it's visible.
I needed that confirmation. So,
yes, we are seeing.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Good evening too.
Good evening.
My pleasure to meet you again today. Thank you.
Yes.
Good evening too.
Thank you. Somebody has come with the entire clan.
Everyone needs to be muted. Karibuni for today.
Too.
I am leaving you with George. George, please take over.
Hello.
George, please take over.
Good. Now I'm on board. Thank you so much for letting me on board. Now that you have confirmed they are in safe hands, I can begin.
Yes, you are all safe.
Assuming that everybody has prayed, they have said those who are Muslims have said their word to God, and we are all safe to continue, I can proceed. I want to confirm, do we have any new participants today? And if so, how many are new who did not attend last week?
I'm here.
Yes. I too, I didn't attend last week.
Joseph, you can move from
I also didn't attend.
Me too.
I also didn't attend.
It's like almost all of you. Okay.
I didn't attend.
It's okay. Joseph, mute everybody. Put Byron on camera for sign language interpretation. Thank you.
George, you can proceed.
Yeah, I'm saying I am aware some of the guys have just walked in as the first lesson, so I'll take some time to give them a brief on what we did last week, just to
You've
help
gone.
them plug in.
You're breaking.
I'm okay. Hello? Am I clear now?
Yeah, you are now
Yes.
clear.
George,
Yes? All right,
Hi.
all right. So
Excuse me.
somebody asking a question?
Yes, there was a link shared to the previous class, so I'm assuming the rest should have watched it as well.
I am sure. I don't know how many have watched, but probably,
George,
yes.
maybe before I leave, because I can see already people are asking the obvious questions. Last
Yes.
week's class was shared on link on the invite they have used to join today.
Yes.
Last week's assignment on resume, the link is in the invite for today. If you're having trouble, unless it's your browser issues, but it is working, I have received submissions. So it's better we proceed, and those that missed last week, besides the recap, can watch the link.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarity of mind.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So for the sake of time, I really want to move very fast today so that we are able to substantially cover what we need to cover for today. But for those who are not there last week, we are trying to unpack self-awareness and why it's important for each and every one of us to be aware of ourselves in terms of our characters, in terms of our values. We challenged each other last week, what kind of values each and every one of us has. We tried to also see how we can influence ourselves and also benefit maximally from ourselves, and also be emotionally intelligent. We also defined emotional intelligence, although I'm starting it again today, but the essence was to really have a connection between emotional intelligence and also self-awareness, and the connectivity between them and what is required of us. It was an exciting moment for us, for those who were able to take time to read. And we started the long journey for this investment by the bank. So we do hope that as many of you as possible will be very happy at the end of this. Possibly, I pray that all of you get decent jobs and you can remember this investment you are going to make in the short sessions and a few weeks coming ahead. So I pray that you continue doing so and we get the best out of it. So that was what we did last week. And for today, I'll begin again from emotional intelligence as a subject matter. And I'll want us to ask ourselves, why is it important for us to understand emotional intelligence, or what is it? I like this gentleman called Daniel Goleman, who is the father of psychology, who has done a lot of work in terms of assessing the human mind and the science behind the human mind. He says this, that we are being charged by a new yardstick. And that yardstick is not how smart we are, but, or how, or what kind of training we have undergone, or what experience and expertise we do possess, but how well we handle ourselves and each other. That is the point I'm trying to stress today, and everything we do will be oscillating around here. Just looking at what Dr. Coleman was talking about and why it is important for us to handle ourselves and each other. We are saying each other because emotional intelligence also includes how you look at others, not only yourself. So emotional intelligence is not about being nice all the time. It is about being honest, and underline the word honest. You really know, you need not be too touchy about your feelings, and also be concerned about others' feelings. He says it's not about you being smart with your emotions, but you understanding them and responding to the stimuli brought about your emotions. That's what we are talking about. So Our study then today is to ensure that we are emotionally intelligent, and the intelligence is helping us to shape our lives. That is the conversation today. So the big question is, what is our lesson today going to help you? Indeed, which is the objectives of lesson number 2 we are starting today. We do hope, note these few points down, that it will help you understand your emotional intelligence and why it is considered important to your personal and professional success. Why were you chosen as a university graduates just about to graduate and join the job market? Number 1. Number 2, it will help you recognize 5 competencies that you can work on to increase your level of emotional intelligence. We'll come to the 5, but underline the word competencies so that when we climb down to competencies, you can pick them. The third objective we hope to achieve is to enhance your capacity to listen and employ your emotions correctly for better decision making. In other words, we hope that you'll be able to show you care and also build trust by you being sensitive to your own feelings and others' feelings. That level of sensitivity will be cultivated to ensure that you are able to listen and employ your emotions correctly. You also need to use your energy and enthusiasm to motivate others. In other words, we want you to have positive energy. Positive energy is when it is taking you to the right direction, and the negative energy is when it is causing harm to yourself. For example, when you overreact on issues, then people start running away from you as a team member, or people stop consulting you, or people run away from you because of your emotional temperaments and all that. So your energy needs to be cultivated well so that it can be used positively. Now back to the competencies we are talking about. So then the big question is, what are these 5 competencies that we need to work around? First lesson, we were working on self-awareness. For those who missed the class, you can go back and see what was the key competency we needed for self-awareness. Then we also need to self-regulate ourselves to ensure that as individuals, we know how to read our emotions, read the situations, and of course, regulate them positively so that they do not destroy us. When you know that employers in the market are looking for people who have computer skills, then the best thing to do is to ensure that as you graduate, you also enroll into some basic ICT skills, because now we are in a period where ICT and the technology has taken the world. So if you have no skills in ICT, regardless of how good you are, the architects now are not doing the earlier days, drawings and designs that we are doing. I hear now they have moved from AutoCAD, they are now in another level. When you go to computer science, the same thing. When you go to even masonry, house designs have changed. We are not doing it the way we're using with the long papers, with pencils. So we need to regulate ourselves to respond to the market needs. The labor market is changing every time. The way our fathers and mothers were getting jobs is not the way we'll get jobs right now. We now understand there is also online work. People do not have to be employed. You can employ yourself. But let's leave it at that for now. The second and third competence is self-motivation. We'll take some time again as I move down to explain what self-motivation is. How do you self-motivate yourself? Or must people motivate you for you to do anything? How do you ensure that you plant that seed of motivating yourself to ensure that your body and soul is ready to be motivated, not only by others, but most importantly by yourself? Empathy is another competency that we'll be looking at, that this empathy needs to be looked at responsibly so that you don't lose focus because you are too empathetic. You are crying all the time. You are having mercy on everybody. You are having feelings on anybody who is coming across. You want to help even where you can't help. You invest so much in your emotions and then in empathy to the extent that you are not able to focus well. We'll come back to it again. But finally, and this is where most of you really have to invest, is effective relationship building. I don't know what you'll think when I'm talking about effective relationship building, but underline the two words, effective and the relationship. Effective means, as you separate it from relationships, not all relationships are effective, but they can only be effective if they are facilitating you to self-aware, to create self-awareness, to give you emotional intelligence, to be able to discern situations and be able to respond accordingly. That is the effectiveness we're looking at. So that you do not respond when it's already past time, but you respond on time and you respond positively so that you can make a difference in whatever situation you are facing. Whether it is conflict at work, whether it is sexual harassment that is coming your way, whether it is a frustration at the workplace, you can be able to do that. So now, let me try to unpack them. And I've provided this slide so that even when you read on your own, even if you forget the summary, you can still come back to this and read this. When you're talking of self-awareness, we are simply saying you need to learn to tune in to your emotions so that they can give you a valid information about your responses, especially to stressful situations or challenging situations. So the key word is to tune yourself in the right mood. Somebody is taking the class by storm. I don't know. Joseph, somebody is intruding.
Yeah.
So my point is, if we are in a heightened state of
doing the necessary.
All right. If we are in a heightened state of agitation or anger, we cannot, science has proven that we cannot make good decisions. If you are in the middle of mourning, you've lost a close member of the family, some decisions will be very difficult for you to make. You may find yourself getting emotional unnecessarily. Empathy could be at the lowest level. Other values may be thrown through the window. And it's because of the overwhelming situations that you are in. And that's why I like Christine Casper. And this is what he said. If we are in a heightened state of agitation or hunger, we cannot make good decisions. We cannot reason well. That's what he said. And this guy is a communication and motivational speaker and a management guru. This is what he has said. That's why I say when you go with the mob psychology, your decision and thinking cannot be straight. Part 2, practicing self-regulation. We were asking ourselves as one of the competencies, big question in the house, then how do you self-regulate yourself? How will you do that? My friend from Jomo Kenyatta University, William Onkoba, how do you do that? William, are you on board? You can be given a chance to speak.
Hello, yes, I'm on board. Hello, yes, I'm on board.
Kindly tell us what you understand by regulating yourself.
Hello,
William?
Regulating?
How do you regulate yourself?
Hello.
I'm asking.
I'm having an issue with network a bit. I can't hear you well.
Okay, Elvis Kisia.
Regulate yourself in terms of psychologically or physical.
Sorry?
Yeah.
Who is talking? Is it Elvis or William?
It's William talking.
Okay. Good. So There is an English word there that I want us to use. To learn to reframe. So the key word there is to reframe. For those who have photos,
I'm not getting well. Kindly repeat the question, please.
I was asking, how will you regulate yourself as a person?
Yes.
Is it clear now? Never mind, William. We'll touch base at some point. So the key word there is to reframe. And to reframe from those who are used to picture frames. To frame is to put it into a certain structure that is well structured to ensure that it has boundaries, it has limits. And of course, even a photo, you need to decide what size of a frame that you want to use, depending on the occasion and the situation. So to reframe yourself is to ensure that the stressful situations that you get into, you can be able to manage them. Dr. J.P. Pali Frye said this: high performers are those who are able to see with some clarity to what degree they are responsible for a setback, and secondly, what degree it will be of response they need to make to respond to a circumstance or to a situation that has been caused by self or other people. And as a result, they are able to regulate themselves to be able to respond to that. When you go to the shower, you first want to be sure that the water coming from the shower is not hot beyond the limits. Otherwise, you may fry yourself as you enjoy the shower. It could be a hot shower. It's important that you regulate yourself to respond to the stimuli around you. I want to give you examples of 4 stimuli. Stimuli number 1 is working with a very challenging employer. An employer who is always demanding from you, who does not even realize that you need time to break. How do you regulate yourself so that you don't break down? Situation number 2, how do you regulate yourself when you get a job and you realize you have competencies that you cannot deliver? How do you do that? Do you give up on the job? Do you go back and train? Do you get a colleague who can help you learn through the job? Or do you, reject the job opportunity? How do you do that? So that is part of self-regulation. In other words, the world will not change for you. It is you who has to change to respond to the market. I repeat that again. In the current job world, or in the current world of work, now everybody wants to use ICT for communication. So people are looking for good communicators. People are looking for people who are good listeners. Responsibility, people are good decision makers. People who are, having high morals and integrity. People who are very honest. So if you are dishonest, you have to work around your dishonesty and ensure that you inculcate and grow the habits of honesty so that your employer or your potential employers can see your honesty and they can entrust resources in your hands. That's a big problem, and that's why we hope our training around self-regulation will be helpful to make us inculcate good behaviors. Now, how do we apply emotion? Sorry. Yes,
sorry.
please.
I think you have to keep checking the chat for like linked questions in relation to the topic. There's a question on, can one regulate? One can regulate by creating principles and standards. Can one? I think it's the self-regulation. There's a question from William. Maybe you could keep cross-checking from the chat.
Please do that. If you are there, you could do it. Because as
I am leaving.
Yeah, no problem.
Joseph, they can raise questions.
My back.
All right. Yes.
I'll work with Joseph.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I may miss it so that somebody can flag me out. It's a burning question before I can mislead the flock.
I can also appoint a prefect for you. Wanjao.
By the way, it's high time we got a class rep.
Yes.
I may
Wandia
miss-
Wanjao can be flagging of questions for you. Wandia, is that okay?
I give him a minute so that I can hear his voice.
It's a she.
She.
Wandia is a she.
All right.
Oh,
Sorry.
hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Wandia,
Yeah, that's okay.
cool. Now,
That's
George, you
better
have
now.
a class rep for now.
Thank
I
you,
know
Wandia.
students who are consistent from last week to this week.
Responsibilities have started now. So, Wandia, if you see a burning question that you feel I should address, please flag me out. So the other value I'm trying to unpack so that all of us understand, and I've also taken it from an American Express Emotional Competence Program. It says, how do you practice empathy? If people will stop for a moment and put themselves in another person's shoes, it will help them to modify their own behavior. It will definitely help them develop relationships with others or those other people they work with. That is according to Daryl Krieg. And I love this because it completely unpacks the concept of practicing empathy. In other words, it's all about you trying to understand and reading the situation and also understanding other people from where they sit. That's why you always ask yourself, can I be in the other person's shoes before I can comment and before I can crucify and judge them? Or when they are judging you, can you also understand why they are doing that? That habit or that concept of you putting yourself, reflecting to see what other people are seeing that you cannot see, is a virtue that most of us do not have. It's a virtue that we really need to invest in. And I love, and we need to borrow from this American Emotional Competence Program. So that is the virtue. So when you read about it, this is all about it. Again, I've used Daniel Coleman, my good friend, to also unpack how to create effective relationships. This is what he says. And so there is a real payoff. The people will become the leaders of tomorrow. The people will become the star performers are those ones who have the strengths in the key emotional intelligence abilities. You can see the power of creating effective relationships as a real payoff. In other words, it's a big opportunity for you to maximize on relating to people and getting the best out of the star performers. Those who are called the star performers are good in this area. These are those people who always know how to read the emotions of others, who really understand how to manage relationships without going beyond the limits. These relations can be sexual relationships, they can be work relationships, they can be even associations. You belong to a chama, you belong to a cooperative, you belong to a certain bank. And by virtue of belonging there, you understand the power of relationships. And if you do that, then your team dynamics will propel you to the next level. So, for us to answer the 5 achievements we want to deliver today, let us start by understanding why EQ is important at work. It is our ability to work together is influenced by emotions. Our ability to work together is influenced by emotions and how we engage and talk to others. Second point is that if you are being aware of our emotions, or we are aware of our emotions, it is likely to help us to think before we act. Again, our problem lies here. Sometimes, many a times, even personally, I have acted and thought after I've acted. And I've since learned that acting without thinking can be dangerous and disastrous. There is a lot of wisdom in us thinking before we act. So if we can create this virtue in us to ensure that every time emotions are coming, challenges are coming our way, employers are, frustrating us. We are looking for jobs, we can't find them. The internships are not paying good money as you expect. We need to think before we can make a decision. You cannot be that person. Your boss says one word that is not agreeing well with you, you resign the following morning. The danger is then you may resign for your entire lifetime, because this is what you're going to meet in the world of work, and you need to be tolerant. You really need to think through what somebody has said, put yourself into their shoes, and only then you can be able to understand why they have spoken badly to you or why they're demanding so much from you. Sometimes people demand so much because you are the best. In my native language, we used to say that the tree that is most hit with stones is the tree that has the sweetest fruits. It may look like Greek for others, a bit primitive, but I now understand why it is that. So if people complain sometimes about you, it's not because they hate you. Perhaps you are the danger, or you are the person everybody's looking forward to. Probably you are the best performer. And sometimes people can be envious about that, and they can frustrate you. So being aware of others' emotions will help you understand and connect with them as people and as co-workers. Remember, this is what I said about the empathy. You can go back to it and read. But lastly, people with high EQ, which is the emotional quotient, are more emphatic, open to diverse perspectives, and indeed there are many. But then they are also resilient, coming from building a thick skin that can be able to stand the test of the time. So young girls and young ladies and gentlemen, you need to be resilient in the world of work. Resilience comes in because you'll be empowered. You need determination, you need confidence. You need to make decisions when you are required to make. You need a lot of good motivation and sometimes motivating yourselves. You need interpersonal competence. And without all these, you cannot be successful at the world of work. So as I slowly start introducing the world of work into the self-awareness and the emotional intelligence, we need to start looking at how these characteristics are invested in ourselves. We are endowed differently in terms of these resources. Some have high elements of empathy than resilience. Some cannot stand small challenges, while others can even drown with rivers and still come up very strong. Some need a lot of motivation. Some do not even need motivation. So give me a break as I take a glass of water. Sorry for that. I'm back. So EQ then will help us manage emotions and behaviors as we self-regulate ourselves. It's good to be aware of others' emotions and help us understand and connect them as people, and of course, develop thick skin to be co-workers. I have worked with people who are very toxic. If you are in a toxic work environment, I can tell you from my experience, and many will tell you that, I hope Jane will be talking to you at some point. If you are in a toxic work environment, it can be draining. It can really be nagging. It can really make you even have, sleepless nights because of a challenge that you have at the workplace. But this should not break your back. It should even make you more resilient, especially as you get into the world of work. It cannot be a bed of roses. Just like marriage and other things, it can never be a bed of roses. It is full of challenges, but it is full of opportunities. For those who go to the lake to fish and have a fish, they have never been worried about the mammals in the lake. They have never forgotten about the crocodiles in the waters. They have always navigated around them and gotten their fish. I want you to embrace the same spirit, that for you to get what you need, you really have to take on the challenges that come across, and of course the risks that are associated with that. But the risk should not scare you out. You should know how to take calculated risk that you can be able to manage as an individual. If you are a lady, in your relationship, you should be aware of the kind of relations you need to go into so that they do not go beyond the extremes. Again, self-regulation will help you to see that. You do not have to go to the extremes to get what you want. If you realize it's not taking you to the right direction, please, you can always change course and try something else. People with high EQ are more emphatic and open to diverse perspectives, as I've said, and resilient, motivated, and interpersonally competent. This is our prayer, and this is what we hope you'll be able to get at the end of this session. When I was preparing this lesson, I wanted you to have a feel of what it looks like out there. Is there any evidence of low EQ in the workplace? How do you know that in your workplace or in the workplace out there, there is low EQ? What will be the elements to measure that? What will be the litmus test in that market to know that things are not working well? I came across this and I thought this would be a good slide for us to share. But before I share it out, I want us to ask ourselves a question. For those who have little experience in your internships or even in your thinking, what do you think will be going wrong out there? I'm asking a question before we can preempt. What do you think is happening out there in the world of work? You've heard there are no jobs. So what shall we do to get these jobs? Can somebody come out and raise his hand? Or can I choose? Agnes Njoroge, kindly unmute yourself and tell us, what do you think is happening out there in the world of work? Brian Momanya, I can see your hand up. Can you go first?
Yes. Basically, what I can say is that opportunities really out here are getting, difficult to get. But what I've realized is that we really need to go an extra mile. For you to maybe get this opportunity, you have to be different. We have to think in a direction of rather solving problems, not just having papers. You have to show that you can do it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I just love what you have just said. If you are going to walk your shoulder high with an academic angle to say I'm a first class honors, and you walk along the road and you hope people will give you a job, I'm sorry, I have to disappoint you. They may not come your way. So I love that kind of spirit that the speaker said. It will take you places. So it is not a bed of roses, I said. Tobias, what is your version of the story? Tobias Masinde.
Okay, for me, thank you for the opportunity.
Karibu sana.
For me, I believe that, hello? I hope you are hearing me.
Kabisa.
Okay, sawa. Okay, I believe that outside there, the world needs people who are very diverse in thinking. If you have done a course in, let's say you are doing economics, you are not supposed to go outside there with the economics in your head, but you need to be a diverse person who can handle very different problems, because times keep on changing. People have different versions, and really the world is changing, especially when you look at the moment we are today, the internet era. So it means that when you have the academic paper, you need to back up with a lot of knowledge, with a lot of understanding of what is happening, what is yet to happen, and what happened before, so that you can realign yourself better to get that opportunity, because opportunities are only there for those who are prepared to get them. Thank you.
Thank you, Tobias. Umeongea kama wazee watano pamoja. Your points are, your points are very valid. We need this kind of spirit, by the way. This is the kind of spirit we are looking for. This is the spirit we want to plant in yourselves. A spirit that never gives up, a spirit that is always exploring and also being patient for the right time to come. Your economics will come and help you at some point. I don't know whether I said this in my first class. When I did my first degree, I thought probably I'll end up as an accountant. I thought accounting is all that I need. As I grew older and I got challenges and I got tired of counting receipts for people who have stolen money and people who have eaten the money, and my job is to look for them and ask them for receipt, I got annoyed about this thing and I changed my career. So having qualified with the first accounting degree and a CPA, I didn't think it was helping me at all. I realized my passion is in programming and I changed my career. So if I stuck to my CPA and I stuck to my accounting degree first undergraduate, I think I'll be the most disappointed person because I never liked it at all. I don't know, some of you are growing up as accountants. We'll share the stories at some point. People have different passions. It was none of my passions, but somehow I was there, and I have never thought that, although it helps me a lot, but I have never looked at it as the main thing that I want to do in my life. You know, just doing financial management, looking for records, auditing and all that. That kind of stuff is good, but I realized I don't have passion in that. Kaledi, your hand has been high for too long. I'll give it to Kaledi. After Kaledi, Pride Nyando, and then we move on.
Hello, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
All right, thank you for the opportunity as well. So the way I understand the question, I think I would just add on what previous speakers have said. Yes. So I think what's happening in the workforce is that you know, the work that is needed needs more upgrading, needs us to be upgraded. It's like you need to get more skills. You need to keep upgrading yourself. And I take this, for example, I think I'll take this course that we are doing right now as an example. So you see right now, as we are doing it right now, some of us are learning about self-awareness. We're learning about self-regulation and, you know, self-regulating and all that. Those are skills. And I guess that at the end of this course, we'll be having in our back pockets. So yeah, it's definitely about upgrading ourselves so that we can meet what the hiring people are looking for.
Thank you, my good friend. You've also said very valid points, and all those points that you're putting across is actually what makes the difference between you and those who are enjoying their pool right now. Some people are playing some pool somewhere. Some people are enjoying their beer somewhere, but you have chosen it wise to be here and actually invest in yourself. So I concur with the people who said that there is a shrinking space. There is a shrinking space and opportunities in the workplace. So we need to be aware of that. Some have said many new skills are required. So you've got to stand tall from the crowd so that others can see skills that others do not have. It is those who go an extra mile actually who eventually got hired faster than the rest. You really need to be multi-faced or multitasking opportunities and have those skills. So if you are not multi-skilled, then you will have limited options. Those who read some book that was saying, if the birds have learned how to fly without perching, what will be the shooters do? That is food for thought. I had, I think, Pride Nyando to ask the last question. I proceed. Last interaction, Pride Nyando or Austin, whoever comes first.
Okay, thank you for this opportunity. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear
Okay,
you.
so to me, I can say that the world we are in is, yeah, I was saying that the world we are living in today is not static, it changes in terms of technology. So it needs people who are flexible, who can who can be able to change in terms of maybe the technological, when there is a change in technological production. For instance, like during this pandemic, no one expected us to have an online meeting. So
Yes.
it's like we need to now think outside the box. We need to be now more flexible. We can now change in terms of the way we think in order to be more unique than the others, especially in a workplace.
Thank you, Pride. I love that too. You have a very valid concern and a valid observation that we are actually having this class. I could have loved to be in a session in a workshop place, and I could have loved to see all of you, and we could have a discussion, and we could, of course, enjoy and exchange all this. But now, courtesy of our current situation, we could have chosen to say we can't do it because we now have COVID, so we can't have sessions ongoing. You can imagine the 200 of you are right now from the 5 universities are in this class. You can imagine the logistics that could have happened for us to go around the 5 universities if we were not to think outside the box to ensure that this program proceeds. Maybe it could have not even started in the first place. So I know many of you have quite many ideas. I have seen William has been up all along, but I'll come back to you again, William and Austin. So let's see what happens now in the next slide and see what this researcher found out. So there is evidence of low EQ in the workplace. You will find people blaming and complaining about others all the time, including complaining about nothing. If you go into a work environment and you find people are complaining about something or nothing all the time, or about others' actions, that is a sign of low EQ at the workplace. And if EQ is not at the right portions and is not effective, then you will expect that performance will be at the lowest. In the human philosophy, we say we need to maximize the human resource, which is the best investment any organization can have. It's investing in people and their skills. So if you have people complaining about themselves, the team morale will be so low, motivation will be so low, productivity will be too low. So employers will not like to have people who are always complaining about others and about something. So that is evidence of low EQ in a workplace, if you see that kind of characters. If you see one itself as the victim in many situations, every time there is a problem, you always find yourself on the wrong side of the pendulum, and you always blame yourself or blame others. You keep on saying, you see, I told you they don't like me. You see, it's about my head. Probably my head is big. Nobody likes me. You see, it's because of my inability to use a computer. You see, it's if that is the situation, then you'll find low morale and your productivity will not be good, and not many employers will want to have that kind of individuals in a workplace. You will always understand that we'll have diverse perspectives. Sometimes your perspective may be welcomed or not welcomed. They may be valued or not valued. People will not always like what you say. How do you react when people don't like your idea? Do you get physical? Do you get mad at them? Do you ignore them? How do you react? Again, back to your self-regulation. If you are intelligent and you know you have a point, you will persist in what you are doing, and you of course know that at the right time, wanasema watabainisha mbivu na mbichi. They will know the difference between what you are doing and your wisdom. So the wisdom will carry the day, and it will come to help you, and people will see this gentleman or this lady is smart because she could see what we could not see. She did not give up even when we are ridiculing them. They have gone up and they have made it. And that is what we call resilience in yourself, so that you appreciate the different perspectives, and of course be aware that people will always sometimes undermine what you're doing. But do you give up because people are undermining you? No. The inability to adopt to change is a sign of challenges or low EQ in the workplace. People need to be aggressive, but not be too aggressive. You need to be passive aggressive, especially when you communicate. Last week, we spoke about triangulation. That triangulation needs to be very positive, and you really need to have a scenario analysis or a situation analysis that is very positive on your side. You need to see the bigger picture from a positive side. The what if analysis. What if I do that? What will happen? What if I said that? How will they behave? If I succeeded, how will they react? If I failed, how will they react? Those kind of triangulations will help you focus and, of course, maintain the resilience that you need in the workplace. If you see decreased motivation, people are going to work not because they want to go, but because they have no choice to go to the workplace. You are doing your internship at that place, you are going to take it, not because you love it, but it's a burden every day. Days are longer, sometimes you feel like it's a month because of the frustrations, the lack of motivation, the challenges that you see there, and you are unable to manage that change. The researchers have said that when you see this kind of behaviors in an organization, you should know that this organization is at the low EQ position. I hope by this slide that when you go to the work environment, you are able to discern. You can be able to be intelligent and, of course, respond to these kind of challenges. Now, the good thing is that EQ can be improved. It's not a rocket science. It's not something that is dead and buried, but it's something you can work around. When I saw this research that has shown that EQ is changeable, I was very happy because then I knew all of us have opportunities. We have a chance to make a difference in our lives. So if you are desirous to improve, you have this opportunity. You can actually change benefits that are not limited to careers. But higher EQ contributes to greater general happiness. And if you understand that, then you can invest more in EQ. If you have better mental and physical health, then you are likely to have improved relationships and you can decrease levels of cortisol. Cortisol is a stress-causing hormone. So if you keep on generating a lot of stimulating cortisol in your body, then you are likely to decrease your ability to respond to those kind of challenges, and the stress will be a norm for you. So science has proven that you really need to manage, regulate, if I may use the word self-regulate, to ensure that you are able to manage and maintain cortisol at low levels, so that then you are able to respond to stress and the stress does not break you down. So I want you to take this home as a very important point that you need to work around. The point number one to improve your EQ is to improve your self-awareness. I think our first lesson was basically about this. Just to preempt what we said, you need to be conscious about your emotions and, of course, know where the sources of your emotions are. What really causes your emotions? If your emotion is hunger, then you need to know what is the root cause of your hunger. If your emotion is frustration, you need to know what is frustrating you. If it's about your family and you know you have a family problem that's really bogging you down, you really need to understand the root cause of your emotions. So you need to understand why your emotions respond the way they respond or are the way they are. Number two, recognize that emotions are fleeting and should not be always the basis of your communication and action. In other words, this writer was saying that emotions can be cheating, they can be tempting, they can be pushing you to the wall. If you do not manage and regulate yourself, then your emotions will take control over you. By the time you come back, you may have done so much damage that you cannot repair. Think about ways you can manage your emotions to avoid saying or doing things that you may regret. That's why today, if those who came in, you have seen I have sent to you a link to help you have an honest self-assessment. Did you see it? If you didn't see it, please let me know so that we can repost it again. As you are joining the class, you saw it?
No.
No.
Not yet.
No.
My class, you can go back and see my first posting or second posting was about that. It's a link.
Some people just joined today.
I'll put it again. Joseph, if you can track it back, please retweet it again, repost it. A link on a self-assessment examination or a test that everybody needs to take, so that when we meet in the next class,
I'll post it for the last time.
We have done it thrice now, I am sure.
Yes.
At some point, I'll ask how you found out yourself and whether it is making sense to you. That is a response I'll be happy to take so that we know how to take it to the next level. So that's about self-awareness. Number 2 is to self-regulate. Remember, we have said this now and again, and I'm repeating it because I know herein lies the solution for the challenges we have ahead of us. Some of you are going to be getting opportunities for internship. You are going to have chances to do job shadowing. I hope Jen and the team will be able to get us as many CEOs as possible so that we have a day or 3 in a very busy office, whether it's a CEO for Safaricom and you go there and just see how they make decisions, how they take their calls, generally how their day looks like. How do they manage emotions? How do they manage crises? Whether they're financial or not, both from complex and simple and all that. Those are all chances and opportunities we have ahead of us. So as we do that, I emphasize improvement of self-regulation as one of the ways to correct ourselves. When you are in an emotionally charged situation, the advice has always been wait a while, cool down before you can react. Allowing time to think before you respond most of the time will make you be sober and your decision is likely to be very positive. Stay uninvolved. It means if you can avoid situations, when I was doing risk management, we had 4 options in risk. You can take on the risk, you can avoid the risk, you can transfer the risk by transferring probably through insurance and other places, and it can be out of your way. Sometimes if you feel you are bold enough and you have the energy, you can take it on. So that's why some people are risk averse, others are risk takers, others do not stand where risk is thriving. That's what I'm trying to put across here. So when you stay uninvolved in office dramas, it is us versus them, then you can avoid these situations. If you take sides, then you are likely to avoid having wrong judgments and imagining wrong possibilities. Sometimes it's important to accept frustrations and disappointments as part of the work environment. I have underlined this again. It is part of the parcel of our work environment, and we do hope that when you find them, you'll be more skilled to navigate around them. I'm moving a bit faster. Back to the improving of our empathic skills. We are advised to practice active listening. Good listeners or good speakers are those who listen more than those who talk more. So listen to hear what others are saying and feeling, thinking rather than judging others, make conscious efforts to see others' points of view. Remember what we said in terms of putting yourself into other people's perspectives. Validate or acknowledge the merit of others' points. By so doing, you are likely to see something that you had not seen, and you are likely to make a decision from an informed point of view. Improve your social skills. What are these? Communicating effectively, trying to persuade others. If you have an opinion, you really need to be very intelligent in how you put it across. You cannot put it across when it's coming out like it's with some element of pride. When you want to show people you went to a serious school, when you want to make them feel like in your class nobody could beat you, your score is above everybody, you are above average. People get intimidated and actually they lose focus and they don't listen to you. So that's why we ask people to persuade others. Persuading means you see the ground. Sometimes you hide your innate capabilities. You come down to their level and actually behave like you don't even know or you don't have those skills. Sometimes you throw the question back to them so they can respond and say, your idea is making sense, rather than you pushing your ideas into people. I have tried that in my working life and it has backfired most of the time. And from that, I have learned and I can tell you with confidence that people do not like these kind of behaviors. As good as they may be, as intelligent as you may be, it's not a good ground for negotiating. Be even-handed and calm. In other words, even when things are so hot, try to manage your temper, remain collected and ensure your voice is not unnecessarily high, your tone. In other words, your verbal communication and your tone of variation in your speech needs to be that of humility, of a person who is willing to listen to others, not a person who is pushing ideas into others. This is the weakness that we really need to improve on, and it's a weapon that we are likely to use for success. Know the persons with whom you are relating to even before you react. Finessing and tailoring your interactions to be the best fit under any circumstance as a person, in a culture, is a huge asset for you. So in summary, I think that's what we have said. We really need to work around these skills. Now, as I close down, I want us to look at the Coleman's EQ model and try to see what this gentleman wanted to tell us. When you look at it, it has number 1 to number 5. Number 1, he says you really need to understand your emotions, because by understanding your emotions, you are likely to be self-aware. And if you are self-aware, then you are emotionally intelligent to make good decisions. When you go to number 2, it says you need to manage your emotions and motivate yourself. Now it has moved to the quadrant of self-management. This gentleman thought that if you have to self-manage yourself, then you have to invest a lot in how to manage your emotions. So self-management is basically about managing your emotions and ensuring that you motivate yourself, even as you expect others to motivate you. I now see the value of motivating yourself as a big success in self-management. When you move out of that, you move to number 4. And the number 4 is to recognize and understand other people's emotions. So once you are self-aware, you are able to self-manage, then now you move to the quadrant of self-awareness, which is social awareness. Social awareness is basically an investment in understanding your empathy skills to understand other people's positions, why people behave the way they behave, and by so doing, you are likely to have better relationship management in the next quadrant, which is number 5. There is no way you can manage others' relations if you can't manage your emotions. Science has said no, it's not possible. You can't manage others if you can't manage yourself. It is worse if you can't manage yourself and you can't manage others, because then you are really in a very awkward position, because your 2 sides of your brains are not working well. You are ineffective in 2 areas of your self-awareness. So I was only using this scientific model to explain all that we have just done. Yes. Now I'm coming to the practice sessions, and I have a number of them. I have number 1 to number 12. We need to agree as a team. How do we have all these questions answered? Because the course outline requires that we are able to answer these questions. I need suggestions from the floor, how you think we can get the answers to these questions before I can make a ruling, or I can be advised. Can I get suggestions from the floor how you suggest we answer these questions? Mercy Kibe, I can see your hand. Kindly go ahead.
Okay, thank
Mary.
you. It's actually Mary. Yeah.
Yes.
I
Sorry.
think the best thing is maybe you put us in breakout rooms.
Yes.
And then each breakout room can probably handle 4 questions or 3 questions. And once we meet, we'll
Yes.
have a representative from that particular breakout room to now explain their findings or what they were able to conclude in their breakout rooms.
Breakout sessions. I love that. What is the time? We look at the time we have to the end. And once we see the amount of time we have remaining, we can agree on that. Any other proposal?
Yes,
Solomon.
I think
Joseph, I hope you are thinking through this, and you are also looking at the time we have to see whether we can have a short breakout session, or we can also take it as a takeaway assignment, so that we create the groups now, but then we have a group rep to give us the answers from the group, if time is not on our side.
I think time might not be on our side. We are just have 20 minutes. If we say it's this breakout session,
yes,
it limit some of the group for their discussion.
So
And
I was
again,
hoping, I hear you, Joseph.
Yeah.
But the questions
But
are
maybe
very
for
valid.
previous, maybe for the next sessions, maybe we can a session where we have the practical practice session questions. Then we can be creating the rooms early enough for that time.
Okay.
So we can just liaise with you whenever we have a practice session.
Yes.
I can be in the breakout room in the background. Yeah.
In the meantime, because we have to be done away with this session, the next time I'm bringing somebody to support us in psychosocial support, I'll take the first 20 minutes to ensure that guys are put into the group sessions or the breakout sessions, and we can have maximum 4 groups. But 4 groups could be too large. I don't know how that is possible. How many groups can we have? Today, the class is 200 plus.
Going with the numbers that we've had recently,
Yes.
I will peg the limit to 200. That's what we have seen on the upper hand.
Yes.
So we can have, say, from 15 to 20 group, each with 10 members. That would be reasonable. And again, we might have to look into the different school institutions that we have, so that we don't have a particular institution finding themselves out alone.
Good. Thank you, Joseph. So because of that, then I want to see how much we can cover. These questions are available for us. I hope the class notes will be available for the team so they can see the questions. So maybe as I think through how to manage these, make sure that you have a copy of these questions or you have access to the notes where they are, so that we really answer all the questions. All of them are very important. If you have not experienced, try to research and find out what kind of answers have been given. For example, if you get a question like, why should I hire you? How do you respond to such a question? Or why haven't you received an offer so far, this far you've come? Those are the questions we really want to look at. But for today, I don't think. Joanne, do you have a brilliant idea? Joanne Njagi.
I was I thought because we are many, we are very many people, and I don't know if it will be okay. In are you talking about in groups who give the answers and then one of us to present what every person in the group thinks should be answered?
We wanted to think out of the box. As many as we are, how can we maximize on the learning opportunities? But we want to make sure that everybody has answered these questions. You may answer it directly, or at least you may have a colleague answer it, so that all of us are aware and have inculcated these values, Joan. But we'll be happy if one person can represent on behalf of the group.
What if
instead
we have something like a simulation? You get just a few people who are willing to try this out, and then they become the example for the rest of the, like a guidance or something. Because I don't know if it will be effective. We are so many.
Okay.
Or I don't know. But that's what I was suggesting.
But I have picked your simulation idea as we finalize. I want to finalize because I have 2 more slides. I finalize and then we come back to it. But I've picked that idea. I've seen on DAK Leon is coming on board. Is it possible, Leon, that you can hold it for a minute? So that
I just had a suggestion.
Sorry? Oh, you have another suggestion?
How about, because we are too many, to be honest, we are too many for those breakout rooms.
Yes.
So my suggestion is, how about you make a form where everyone, you make these questions into a form, and then you send to everyone through their emails. That way they can answer them like an assignment.
That's also another brilliant idea, but actually the questions are already here. So what will happen is actually you guys, we have that office, we have that platform email that we receive from each and every one of you answers to these questions. Don't worry about your answer. It's not about anybody being a genius. We really want to understand how you respond to them. It is by understanding how you see them that we can be able to see the difference between what is expected of you and how you've responded, so that you can see how wrong you go and how good you should have done it. So, and I really appreciate this because everybody will have to go through this. Then you send your answers to the class email, and I'll pick all of them from there and I'll summarize and I'll sample a few of them and we take them through in class. We take about 20 minutes to brainstorm. For me, that will take care of the big numbers and we'll learn more and maximize on getting the right answers. I don't know your suggestion, but I am still open. Juliet Kalundi, do you have a different idea so that we move on? Juliet or Barbara, I see your hands are up. Sorry?
No.
Juliet,
no, but I was told I have not even received the email of the class. Your email of the class.
Who is talking?
Yeah? Juliet.
Juliet, what is it? Sorry, kindly, with all humility, come up again. Joanne and Barbara, your hands are still up. Is it if?
Okay, I had a suggestion.
Yes, Barbara.
Yeah, as much as we're all going like a little bit of back and forth with this, I was just thinking, like at the end of the day, it should be like a learning process, a process of growth for everybody. Yes. And sometimes it's all about at the end of it all, an interview is all about expressing yourself. So I believe that having it breakout might be the best platform for everyone to get a chance to express themselves. Besides, in a breakout room, it's like you're hitting 2 birds with 1 stone because you're going to break people out. It's like you're breaking the group. It's like a group discussion. So it's like 100 people are handling in different groups, are handling all the 12 questions at the same time. So you can even give like for example like 8 to 15 minutes and realize that if a breakout room has like 8 people, you're going to realize that they might end up tackling all the questions even before the 15 minutes are over, and then you have a 5-minute session maybe for going through the whole of it. Because if we just have a normal form, like some people might be good at expressing themselves in terms of words, but they can't speak, so they might not get to like grow and learn to express themselves by the end of this whole exercise. So I believe that, yes, it might sound a little bit hectic, but I believe that with good planning, breakout rooms can be a very, very good thing for every single person to get a chance to grow. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara, for your valid comment, and I appreciate it. You guys, are you willing to walk the talk? Because sometimes as the person who's willing to help you, how many of you are willing to walk the talk, to take the time to read the questions and get the value in them? Because it's about you. So if you don't push me and if you don't get the best out of me, then I'm left with nothing but to say we are done. So I throw it back to you, ensure that you really challenge me, make sure that you get the best out of this goal. And because of time, I think that let me finalize and then Joseph will guide me how to proceed. So now I have this very important slide, and then I wind up, we come back to the question because of time. Now, how does this whole process of learning help you to find an internship? For those who are looking forward to get an internship, I got this material and I loved it, and I thought it would be very helpful to prepare us as we finally graduate and start looking for internships and the work opportunities and volunteerism. So it's important for you as young people who are trying to get experience and skills to appreciate the value of being a volunteer and the value of being an intern in a certain organization. Internship is a huge opportunity for you to get more skills and finally position yourself and become a jewel in the market where the possibilities could have not been there. For example, I love what Safaricom does and the General Motors in their programs for interns. Some interns have gotten permanent positions because they have excelled. I've seen organizations looking for an intern, even 3 years down the line, that we had an ICT guy who sorted our problems. When we had all these security issues, he was able to troubleshoot and get us out of the problem. With antivirus updates and all that, it was very super. And these guys are always looked for, and sometimes even an opportunity is created for you, even where it does not exist. So when I saw this, I thought this is very encouraging for us, that when we start searching for internships, it can be sometimes be overwhelming because there are so many options, even as the shrinking space the market is shrinking. If you are not completely sure about which career path you want to pursue, you may not even start in the first place. That's why we are in this program, we have actually deliberately put in a career guidance. And the next lesson, I'm going to plug in psychosocial support. Just in case you have a problem with your mental wellness, then it will help you also be able to overcome and weather and be resilient in this kind of a challenge. Now, being self-aware and knowing your skill set is likely to help you during this search. So we are going to have an expert in the HR industry coming from Centum Investments that I'll be introducing to you next week or next week part 1. And she's coming to tell you how these skills are very important in the world of work. We chose Centum Investments because of their huge investment opportunities and their technology adoption in the work in the world of work. You have seen the technology in the Two Rivers concept. We have seen guys who have come up with the university campus hostels and all that. We are going to look at all those ideas, and we hope that by so doing, then we open up your minds to see that the sky is not the limit. For example, if you are an introvert, you may prefer an internship where you work independently in a cubicle or even work from home. But if you are an introvert, you are going to have a big problem because you are not the cage person. You really want to talk, you want to meet people, you want to share a lot of ideas, you want to learn every day, you are very enthusiastic. That is the difference. So it's important for you to identify in a nutshell, what I'm saying, to identify your career path. Number 2, you identify your skill sets that you need in your world of work. And then you also identify your innate personalities, whether you are an introvert, you are an easygoing person. Remember when we spoke of the 4 quadrant about your values, about your skills, you remember that quadrant. For those who have forgotten, you can go back and revise. So for today, I thought this is really what we needed to cover. And I've been gracious enough to give you a lot of study materials. For those who are wale wase wanajitanga wachopi, wale wachopi wanasomanga mpaka wanaenda science, mpaka they start discovering science in science. Please take time to read these books.
Yes.
There is a good book called Self-Awareness. A book for self-awareness that is called The Hidden Driver of Success and Satisfaction. The writer is Travis Bradbury. It's a good one. If you can get access to it, please read. It's also online. The Self-Awareness Universe is another. There's another book called How Consciousness Creates the Material World, written by 4 writers, Amit Goshwan, Richard, and Maggie. There's also another good one, Emotional Intelligence, which is called Why It Can Matter More Than IQ by Daniel Goleman. The same guy we were talking about today from that model. Then I've also given you a link that has also a lot of materials on self-awareness. Sorry? Somebody is raising a concern? Joseph, are you on board?
Proceed.
I thought I was under Siege.
It's well managed.
Okay, good. So these are the study materials for those who want to read, and for the serious students. If you need more, always I'll provide my email, and you can always ask for more. If you need anything around self-awareness, if you have a question that is burning, please throw it in, and I can always respond to it. Even if it's at night, I am always responsible. I can be able to take it and give you feedback, so that all of us can run and we can maximize on the opportunity that we have been given by the bank, which I really appreciate. And I hope that by the time we finish, the kind of speakers that I'm going to introduce to you are going to be very happy. If you miss the next sessions, I'm telling you, are going to miss a lot, because we have just but begun. We are yet to cover a number of things like emotional intelligence, also psychosocial support, which is the mental wellness. As a student, we are aware you could be having these kind of challenges, or you have a friend who is having psychosocial issues. And by having a mental wellness class, and I know Jane will be coming in with some disability inclusion, how do you support our colleagues who could be having disabilities or who could be able differently? How do we respond to them? What kind of support do we need to give them? How do we reasonably accommodate them? How do we ensure that they also enjoy and, of course, get the best out of this opportunity? Those are the things that are coming your way. And I do believe you are coming here is never going to be a waste of your time. So for those who take it seriously, I promise you, you'll never be the same again. If I had a pastor, I could have asked for somebody to come to the tabernacle, and is it coming to say, how do you say it? Do we have a pastor in this class? Or at least a sheikh in this class? Our class rep, do you have a question? A concern?
I see Elvis Kisia hand is up.
Okay, Elvis. Kindly, that was the... Elvis, we allow you to...
Hi.
Share your ideas.
I was asking at the beginning of this presentation, the first... Huh?
Sorry?
I'm asking.
Yes.
At the beginning of this presentation, the first slide, there was a link you shared on the first slide. Could you reshare it again?
Oh, for the self-assessment test.
Yeah.
Just scroll through the chat. It's there.
It is still there.
I've been having network problems. I've been coming going through the chat have been disappearing, so I don't think I'll be able to get it.
Okay.
Okay, I'll repost it. Oh, Joseph, if you can see it, you can pick it and post it again.
Okay, thank you.
Assuming that is
Yeah,
taken
it has
care
been
of.
posted. Thank you, Mabeba.
Okay, okay.
Sorry.
I see ants coming up. There is a Kajoni. I hope that is the real name.
I hope that is the real name. I just changed it.
Sorry?
Sorry? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. But confirm whether that's your name.
But confirm whether that's the name. I wrote my name in the chat. I wanted to ask about the groups. Like in the chat I was following, and there was something about WhatsApp group, and I also followed up, and it's like it's already full. Now I was asking if they can create another group for the others who have not yet joined, or we move to Telegram, which can accommodate all of us. Thank you.
All right, that's a good concern. Joseph, at some
Is
point.
there any question for me?
Yes, Jane, actually, that's your question.
Which was the question?
Elvis,
What was the question?
Elvis is asking whether as the numbers is growing and the groups are becoming bigger and bigger, we can have another platform. But I can allow him to say so that in case I misrepresented his ideas, he can confirm.
So, like what I said last time, the social media platforms, you people have the freedom. We are not associated to them by any means. We are only responsible for content submitted via our email. So if you find that maybe the WhatsApp group is too small, maybe you need to think of a bigger platform where you people can be catching up, like Telegram, that has no limit. So that's up to you. And maybe I know one day you are in the Monday and the Tuesday and the Thursday class, so you can cross-check with the other class and all of you agree to go one way. Have I answered that? Then I see I have been told people are asking for more time to submit their resumes. I do not want your fine-tuned resume.
Yes, correct answer.
Sorry? Hello? Yes,
I think
I meant...
Masha was confirming that he got your point loud and clear.
Okay. So I was saying about the submission of CVs, just ensure we have your CVs before the end of this week, because the other class is on Thursday. Please don't go hire people to do them. Otherwise, you'll never learn how to do it. Allow us to walk you through the journey of as it is in the form and shape it is in.
Yeah, I think I said that in the beginning of the session. I said really they should not worry about the state in which they are in. We are not going to crucify anybody or compare the CVs to say this is better than the other, but we really want to appreciate where you are. We know we are from different universities, both private and public. We really don't know how you are going about your business, but for us to appreciate where you come from and the level of knowledge you have in terms of connecting to the job market, you really need to be yourself. We want to be the honest, we want to see the honest self, not the concocted self or the CV that talks about who you are not. Just make it as simple as it is, what you are able to do, so that we know what you can do and what you cannot do. I hope my emphasis helps.
Okay, as we are winding up, I will just pick one question from David Mwandikwa, and then we'll close the session. David?
Yes. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, David.
So my question is about the link in the email, because I've clicked on the link and then my CV is not uploading.
How big is it? I know some of you have really big CVs. How big is it?
Mine is not big, like one page only.
Joseph, can you respond to that?
Yes.
If you are facing any issue on uploading of the document, kindly reach out to the mail that I will post here, and then I will be able to assist you.
But it shouldn't be giving people a problem because there is no limitation even on the file size. Maybe I would say you use a different browser. If you used Safari, try on Google and others.
Oh, I was actually using Chrome.
Yeah, so try with another browser. It should work. It's working for everyone else. But Joseph will be assisting you in case. And I see if you're using phone, it's a bit tricky.
Okay.
Yes. One last announcement is that
Elvis,
every
Kisia.
opportunity, sorry?
Let
Go on,
Kisi as a burning question so that we can then give Jane the freedom to close.
Hi, I don't have a question, but I was just replying to the guy who can't upload. So like, if you're using the phone and you have a phone with the RAM below 2 GB, it won't upload. It tell you don't have enough space. So if you're using a phone, you should have a RAM above 2 GB and above.
Last announcement is that every opportunity that will be coming up our way, we shall be posting it either through the newsletter that we keep sending with the invitation or during class. And it's up for grabs for on a first come, first served basis and your active participation. So if I haven't mentioned your name, the whole class, you're silent.
You don't exist.
Yes, you can send your CVs throughout this week. I'll close the link by Friday. That's okay?
Onkoba, I saw Onkoba, Dennis Waweru, and Evans. Can you actually throw in your questions on email? I can be able to respond to them. I have seen Dennis Waweru has been raising his hand and we don't have the time. Evans and Onkoba. Onkoba was up almost the entire session. I'll be crucified.
Onkoba, please ask.
Please go ahead.
He has the powers from me. Onkoba from JKUAT, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Hey,
Thank you
William.
much for the opportunity. Yes, as we started the meeting, we were having a discussion on the self-awareness and also about the self-regulation. I had a question about, we were saying that the companies and the organizations for now, they want us to be diverse in our skills and also specialization. So my question is, are we supposed to diversify our skills or diversify, or should we specialize, do we specialize or diverse in our skills?
George, did you get that?
I'm struggling to get that. I can only hear of diversity, but I really didn't know what he was saying. How I wish I could allow him to either call me or I can give him my personal email and then I can be able to be of help so that at least we can resort these even off the cuff.
Is that in order, Onkoba?
His internet's really terrible, so that I can be of help, I'll be happy if he can call me or I can share my email address, then he can throw it in for a collected and probably a considered response.
Sawa. Did you have any other last? I have a concern. Could you please be consistent with the email address you use? It is when you keep on changing, because anytime you use it, they end up promotions and spam. So here, all emails from info. So please note, I may not be working all the time. And every time you see emails from our end, it is basically because someone else is doing it because of availability purposes. But take note, the info@inbusiness email is our official email. It is actually like EmployAble is part of In Business. In Business is our broader Kenya program for Light for the World. So you'll either receive emails coming from In Business or from Light for the World when it's coming from me directly. So what I will say, the next email that we send, we will put all the emails that are official in the same email and ask you to add them to your mailing list. Otherwise, I wouldn't want to exit with the program. That is why for me, when somebody else can do the posting, I let them do, because even me, sometimes I have to work a few hours than others. So like today I am working up to this time. Tomorrow I'll start working at 11. So if you have a communication before 11, it may pass me, but it will be responded to by our official. So don't, as long as it's email from In Business or from Light for the World, it's valid. Na wewe Kagonda unasema baba, tunakusikia.
Ameanza kuleta siege kabla hatujamaliza. Kuna watu wawili wameinua mikono mpaka hata naona hii mikono si wamechoka. Can we allow quick questions which are, if there are quick questions, Waweru, then Franklin, final.
What we can say is like everybody is free to leave at will, and those with questions can ask. I can give myself another 10 minutes here.
That's kind of, I also can give another 7 or so minutes, just in case there's somebody who really needs help.
Yes, another question.
Okay,
so I've seen, who is talking?
Well, I'm Waweru Dennis from Kenyatta
Waweru, go ahead.
So I was asking on the matter concerning the submission of the CV, can you submit or can you send some to us the email to confirm that we have submitted, so that on our end we do it to submit, because we might find that the Google Forms will tell us thank you for your response, then at the end you at the other end did not see the submission.
So let me tell you, the CV submission is mandatory. So as long as your Google form has told you thank you for submitting, you have submitted. It won't complete the questionnaire before you make the submission because something is missing. But we will be letting everybody know, like we'll be sharing a list of the resumes that we receive. And that's why we asked for your student number and name and the university. So that will also be communicated. But as long as it allows you to proceed, you have submitted. Like when you get the thank you that Google gives. So Dennis, but if you have any challenges uploading, please feel free to email like we have said, because I also understand there could be accessibility issues for students who are visually impaired. And I will be reminding our trainers to next time always ensure they put their presentations on full screen so that we are friendly to people who have low vision and are listening in via screen readers.
Okay, thank you so much.
Franklin Muaro, next, in that order. Somebody can confirm, maybe Franklin is reading by sign language and we can't pick it.
Who is Franklin? Let me see.
Muaro.
Byron, are you here? Is he on video? You said Franklin.
Muaro.
Yes, I am.
Oh, good, good.
Is Franklin speaking? This Franklin, I'm not sure if he's left.
No, I'm not seeing anyone on video.
Actually, Franklin Mwalo has left the meeting. I was trying to find him.
Okay.
Yes.
Then George Lindon.
Okay.
My question concerns the lecture that you've given today. I would like to ask, according on the emotional quotient, is aggressiveness part of it? Aggressiveness, like, is a personal thing? Is it part of being a part of the emotional quotient?
Yes, George Lyndon, I can confirm that. Remember we said, even in the ordinary world, you've heard of Mama Lucy used to call herself a pusher. You remember Mama Lucy saying, me, I'm a pusher. I push things. So that aggressiveness, depending on how, if it's really not too aggressive, it could mean you are aggressive because you really want things to happen. So long as it is done in an environment and it's not really too aggressive that others are finding the problem, it's a good thing. It's part of emotional awareness. So if you know how to push things, you can do it intelligently, and you can utilize that as a skill to actually get things done. That's why you hear people say, I'm a hustler, I know how to hustle, I know how to do all this and to make things work. Some people are good in pushing the team. If it's a skill you have, you know how, and you are having that power to push the team to achieve results. Make good use of it. It's not bad, it's not awkward, it's not weird to be aggressive. But the point is, your aggressiveness should be done in a manner that it's not a problem to others. Use it to your own advantage with your self-regulation, with your emotional intelligence, using the right tone. You see, you can push people politely, but you're pushing them to the wall, but they are not breaking. That is the idea. So use it to the maximum, but use it intelligently and, of course, with self-regulation.
Okay, thank you.
Calvin Mutuma, we have two more, then we close. Calvin Mutuma.
Okay, it's Kelvin speaking.
Yes.
I wanted to ask about the practice questions that you have had in the previous slide.
Yes.
So what is the agreed mode of answering them? How will we reply to them?
My suggestion is that you all attempt them. When we meet in the next lesson, we take the first. I hope Joseph will help us. We try the breakout sessions. If they work good and well, and see how far we can go in the first 20 minutes. So it means we come early. We don't lose even a minute. So from 6 sharp, we'll begin with that session. You'll find me online, and then we'll give it a chance to at least 6 groups, maximum 6 groups. And then I'll pick the most important questions where I think there's learning. And then we'll hear you guys sharing and how you responded to them. And I can give you my professional view on how you should have responded to them. That way, I think we can learn, and we see if we have not achieved much, we'll still find another way of pushing further. But can we work with that for now?
Okay, that's okay.
So for the first 20 minutes in our next lesson, we are going to be facilitated to some group sessions. So as you walk in, you'll find yourself in a group session. So immediately you come in, don't waste even a minute, jump in, and of course, let us have your answers. Randomly, we'll choose group representatives, and then we'll have 5 groups present, and we'll of course have professional response from me, Jen, or any other person will be there. And maybe Dr. Lincoln, he will be around.
That's clear. Thank you.
Yes. Yes.
Is this really the school registration number? So, yes.
For who?
There's a question asking which registration number. So the information we are using is actually your student number. Like what identifies you at KU. Imagine there's a Jane Waithera in KU and USIU. How do we know it's Jane Waithera from KU and not the USIU one? So your student number is your identifier.
Very important.
And that's why the resumes are the first official things you've submitted, and that's why you couldn't submit without your student number.
Good. This gentleman, Evans Lelengwen.
Lelegwe.
Yes.
Yeah, it's Evans Lelegwen. And I don't know whether you're hearing me.
Loud and clear.
Hear you.
Okay, yeah, I'm asking, this being my first class, and I've made so much on, especially on the on the orientation. And the network I'm using is, I'm in somewhere where there's a problem of network, and the bundles I'm using is the Kenyatta bundles, which are also restricted on some sites. And when I try to open some files on the link, I cannot be able to access. Yeah.
So what I can do for you,
Yes.
you send me, respond to you received the invitation for today's email.
Yeah, I received the invitation for today's email.
So
through the
respond to that
employability
account, yes.
All right.
Respond to that email.
Yes.
And address it to me, Jane.
Okay.
And I will get you the materials in a smaller format.
Thank you. I think I even have your personal email. There was a time I was receiving your emails.
Okay, good. Yes, email me the sj.waithera, yes.
All right, thank you so much.
Email me and I will be assisting you.
You see, Jane, that's why I say you need to be around. You see, now that's an automatic solution. This gentleman is going to be home happy.
Wandia is in charge.
Oh, good.
They take charge now. I don't think we have more questions actually. All?
Okay. My name is Kipruto. And I had a concern. All my emails also are going to promotion. So today is when, actually yesterday is when I was able to read all of them. So this is my first class.
All right.
And I have no idea what I have missed or what is required of me.
So if you follow the emails that you've been receiving, they are either in, if you read the entire email, they either have the invitation to a meeting or a link to a meeting that already happened. So that is information you can easily be able to listen in even if you missed the orientation in the first class.
Okay.
But ensure you add the emails from our end to your mailing list. That way it doesn't go to spam anymore.
Okay, thank you. So quick question.
Yes.
I noticed we have two classes, one on Tuesday and one on Thursday. Are we supposed to attend both or just one?
One, you choose whichever day works best for you. The same class that is today is the same class that will be on Thursday.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Franklin, I see your question. I have got a question. This is my first class and I need some clarification. Is this Franklin, the one who left and came back? Franklin Moaro, please ask.
Yes, I'm the one.
Yes, please ask.
Hello.
Yes, please ask.
Yeah. This is my first class.
Mm-hmm.
And I've seen they have said that we have to submit our university registration number.
Mm-hmm.
There is no place that I've submitted such number.
So
I will ask, where should I submit the number?
So listen.
Yes.
Listen to the instructions. You received today's meeting invite.
Yes, yes.
Did you read the entire email?
Yes, I received, yeah, I read the entire email.
Did you take action where they said you submit your assignment?
Yes, because I came in late, so I decided that I joined the class first, then I will go and do it.
So as you submit your CV, the way it is right now, you will, that is where you'll be prompted to put your student ID.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
That's why I said that assignment is the first official communication, and you following the link, you'll be in our official database.
Okay.
Yes.
And I'd also like to inquire if the lecturer can give me his number so that I can get some clarification from him at a later time.
Yes, please, George.
Do you have a pen?
Yeah, a pen.
Yes.
Okay. If
I want you to write it.
Let me, you can read it.
0724
0724
898
898
884.
884.
Yes.
Yeah, that's your WhatsApp number.
Yes. So if you're pushed, you really need to confirm one or two things, I can always help once I see it.
Okay, thank you so much.
Within 4 hours, I always respond.
Okay, thank you so much.
Maximum. All right.
Also, Wandia, the class rep for the Tuesday class, has put her number on the chat. She will be like our main contact in case of any student issues that come up. I also see there's a question on the time difference between the two classes. All classes happen at the same time from 6 to 7:30. So Evans, when you're emailing me, because we've agreed you're emailing me, we will discuss about how to still ensure you don't miss out a lot. Do we have another question?
Anything from the chat that we have not responded to?
I think Wandia, are we up to date?
I can see Wandia's number.
Yes.
Yes, I think we're up to date.
All right.
Just in case you miss it, I've also put my number there.
Wandia, your classmates want you to retext your phone number. Yeah. I will paste it again.
I hope they will not misuse it.
Yes, she can always report to me.
If we get that, we need to know who is using it well and who is not using it well.
Mm-hmm. So I hope we are on course and people are enjoying the classes. Until next week, have a lovely week.
Thank you so much, everyone who has attended and those who have made it a point of coming to benefit from this session. We really look forward to delivering the best, getting the best to come to talk to you, and we promise the best out of this whole engagement. As I said, it will never be a wasting of time. There's a lot more that you can gain than you can lose. And we are ready for any questions you may have. Feel free. Let us engage and let us learn. Thank you and be blessed. Nice evening.
All right. Bye-bye. Yes.
Was this guy? Was
he
today?
Thank you. Wandia sinamjua.
Ati unajua Wandia? Mimi simjui.